Probando cabina de inglés, probando 1, 2, 3, 4, sí, gracias.
Estamos a punto de dar inicio. Les pedimos, por favor, tomar sus asientos. Hola, muy buen día. Les invitamos a tomar asiento, por favor. Estamos a punto de comenzar. Buenos días. Estamos a punto de comenzar. Les pedimos tomar su asiento. Estamos a punto de comenzar. Muy buen.
We're about to start. Good morning. Could you please take your seats? Good morning.
Buen día a todas las...
A very good morning to all those who are with us today and those who are following our streaming. We are at a crucial moment in the 16th Regional Conference on Women of Latin America and the Caribbean, and this is the point we've entitled Memory and Future, 50 years since the first World Conference on Women in Mexico, 1975. When we talk about the legacy of those who came before us and who established a basis of this struggle, we're not talking about ancient history. We're talking about a story that is still breathing in all of us. Every agenda that we fight for, every right that we fight to get has been obtained thanks to those who opened the road for this. And thanks to the work, we can continue on our path towards the future. 50 years ago, in this very same place, in this university center in Tlatelolco, the world met together under the topic of world peace and development in the first World Conference on Women of the UN. It was not a crossroads, it was a collective affirmation. 50 years after that encounter, in 2025, we're meeting again in this year full of historic meaning. 50 years of the declaration of the Beijing Platform and 25 years of having approved Resolution 1325 at the UN Security Council on Security and Women. So this conference today is really something that is a sustained and collaborative effort of governments through participation in social dialogue, by sharing knowledge, and by cooperating in terms of gender equality and the participation of women. For 5 decades, this has been a strategic meeting point for civil society organizations, governments, women's movements, feminist movements, and international agencies, allowing us to consolidate the gender agenda as a roadmap in order to create public policies towards substantive equality. Under this context, the celebration of the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean in Mexico City will become really a turning point for the future. The conference is based on that foundational meeting of 1975, from which stemmed the proposal of having a framework of rights for women that led to the Declaration of Elimination of All Forms of Violence Against Women adopted in 1979. The exhibit that is shown downstairs in this building that was created together with the diplomatic archives of ECLAC reminds us of this. And through the Center of the Image in Mexico and the Center of Revolutionary Studies in Mexico, we have created a website that documents this history, and I hope you can all visit it. We consider that this conference should become a regional heritage for our country and considered as a fundamental base for the future of the society of care. So now we'd like to invite you to participate in a ritual ceremony that will bring us good luck based upon hopes and traditions of Mexico. And we hope to inaugurate thus this last day of our meeting that will help us achieve better reflections throughout this day.
Buenos días a todas y todos.
Good morning to all. I Thank you for having invited me to join you. We're going to begin this ritual by thanking the 5 elements of the Totonacu peoples of the northern mountains in Puebla. We're going to begin in the east. We thank the sun for what it provides every day.
Aking kamakash kakaniyan, chali chali. Tani tamakstokau, tani ulaw, imas palkata, mintamakstuminkan, spalkata shlataman, lahpuskatin, shlilkatum, kinkachikinkan. Kamashkiu pashkatsinit waun. Agradecemos al aire.
We thank the air for its knowledge.
Tlakin kamasyan shtal kapas takna chulan tlakin kalinan tani maxkujaw tani tlamau tani mastayaw kintal kapas taknakan tani kasmaktayoyaw kinatalan kan puskatin kamastaw pashkatsinil. Agradecemos.
We thank the water that gives us purity and purifies our roads.
Chut kinkamak makanan, kinkamas takayan, chali chali tani anaw tani parukasiyaw aktum, kintakatkan kinkamak makanan, syakasi wachuchut kinkamas kikanan, kamaskiw pashkatsinit tanchin mas tuyaw, imakintas kukutkan spal katakin lakpuskatin.
We thank the earth that gives us life.
Katsinil porque lantla maklakas limaw, lantla laktay mimaw, lantla kin maklakas limaw. Kamaskiw pas katsinil porque kata patiyan, kinkama kanunyan tuntlagin tlaunimaw. Kamaskiw pas katsinil porque chali chali laktay miyaw, anaw tani kin wikin talkapas tagnakan tani lamaktayaw kumukin lakpuskatin. Nakamashkiw pashkatsinil walkuyat wat dantla kinkamasyan tumaw. Agradecemos al fuego.
We thank the fire for transforming our food.
Makamastay mali wat lantlakin ni mastay kinkatashawatkan kinkamasyan ni mali tamayaw mashkik pashkatsinil. Gracias a todos por compartir.
Thank you all for sharing.
Agradecemos a la
We would like to thank Cirila Rodriguez, who comes from Atlequisayan, state of Puebla, for inaugurating this event today with this ritual from the Totonaca culture. Now, with all these good vibes, we're going to begin, and it's a pleasure to invite take their place women who are really outstanding. We have Ambassador Emeritus of Mexico, Carmen Toscano, who is currently our ambassador in the Netherlands. We have with us today Michelle Bachelet, former president of Chile and former executive director of the UN Women. We would also like to welcome Citlali Hernandez Mora, the Minister for Women of Mexico. I would like now to start the first part of this dialogue which will analyze the heritage of women's conferences during 48 years of acting as a forum and as a platform to discuss the rights of women and gender equality in the region. The 16th Regional Conference on Women of Latin America and the Caribbean plans to be a platform to plan strategic policies that we hope to implement in the next 16 years. Carmen Moreno Toscano will have the floor first. The ambassador participated in the first conference on women in 1975, and she was then a young diplomat. She was the head of the International Center for Research and Women in the UN, and she was an executive secretary for the Inter-American Department of Women before the OAS. So Carmen Moreno Toscano has the floor. A very good day to all. It is indeed an honor for me to stand before you, and I really appreciate you having invited me. We were given two questions as food for thought for this segment. The first one was, what is the legacy of these past 50 years? And I think that, well, ever since 1975, when we held this first conference, International Conference on Women in this very same place, I think the main legacy is the effort and the struggle that women have been involved in order to defend concepts, to draft laws, to try to guarantee equality in constitutions. Basically, this effort of naming everything. We're seeking equality, and we're seeking substantive equality. In 1975, we had no notion of what substantive equality was, but little by little, these ideas, these concepts grew and developed. So I think that what is most important nowadays for all of us is precisely that way of coding the rights of women. Women have rights guaranteed by the Constitution, at least in Mexico, and they have rights guaranteed in many of the laws. We have been able to define many of these concepts. Let me give you an example. We have identified all forms of violence against women. We have identified the notions of substantive equality and equal results. Now, what we need to do is attain that equality, both substantive and in outcomes. So that was the first question that we were asked. The second one is, what do we have to propose to you for the future? Well, I think that in the future, what we need to do is to achieve substantive equality and equality in outcomes. And I think that this is something that has to be done by combining the efforts of all of us. And to do so, the first thing we need to do is eradicate violence against women. I think that's the greatest challenge faced by women, violence against them at all levels. And if a woman cannot feel or be safe at home, in school, at work, then there will be no national security. There cannot be a national security if that is not addressed. Therefore, my proposal is quite simple. We have to eradicate violence against women. That is what we need to do. In that way, we will be able to accomplish equal rights and equal results. Substantive equality and outcome equality are still goals to be conquered, but we need to conquer them soon because we don't have that much time left. And I would like to urge you to please make a lot of progress in this conference and make headway in this direction. Thank you. Thank you so much for your kind words and for your presence with us today. I would like to invite Michelle Bachelet, the first woman to be a female president in Chile, and she has held this position during 2 administrations. She has been the High Commissioner of the UN for Human Rights, and she has really played a key role in defending the human rights of women globally. So, Madame Bachelet, you have the floor. Good morning to each and every one of you. Dear friends, thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in this encounter. I think that I'm part of the memory, not so much of the future, but nonetheless, I want to be a part of it. And that is what makes me very happy to be here. I think that it is key for us to create a memory. It is indispensable because the connection between past, present, and future cannot be denied. We are what we were. We're the result of the decisions we made yesterday. And based upon that awareness, we may plan our future, a future that will be brighter, more fair, more equitable, and for all. I think Carmen Romero was right when she said that what had to be underscored throughout these years, the struggle of women. I think that I've participated in many conferences, but what is common to all these conferences is that space. Aside from the tasks that all women perform in their countries, in their spaces, to move forward towards these rights, well, this is also necessary to be able to meet, to share, to come out with the results that will give us energy and more enthusiasm. Of course, the progress has been slow, insufficient, but everything we've conquered so far has not been a gift. These are conquests that we have obtained for ourselves, and these are conquests that I see that are still not fulfilled. There are sectors that need our attention still, but we're not taking a step back by any means as regards the rights of women. I think it is interesting to know, because maybe younger people are not aware of this, but from this World Conference, the first that was held in 1975 right here, there was a proposal of creating the International Charter of the Right of Women. And I think it is the Convention for the Elimination of Forms of Discrimination Against Women. That was adopted in 1979 unanimously at the General Assembly, and it became the second most ratified agreement in the world with 189 out of the 200 countries. I'm not going to say who did not ratify it, not to shame anyone, but there are certain countries that still have not ratified it. So thanks to its practically universal character and legally binding character as well, and I mentioned this because it's important. Instruments are not the only important things, but to have in the struggle of women an instrument that binds states to appear and to be accountable as to how much progress they have made or not, and to receive these form of support or critique when they do not advance enough. I think this is a tool that helps women in their own countries to continue fighting for those things that they need to continue fighting for. gender equality and empowering girls and young women. So I think that we still have to fight against discrimination, poverty, lack of legal protection, the denial of inheritance rights, and the poor access to credit. Yes, we have made progress, but that progress has not been enough. And many times we believe that the things that we have obtained will be there forever, and we take them for granted. That is not so. In the struggle for women, we can never give up. We always need to be fighting against forces that want us to step back. We need to move forward together to keep these advantages or these rights that we have won alive. In many international agencies, the word gender is no longer used, and this is something that is being fought for. This is an alarm that we have raised in our countries. There are many things that are going against democracy in our countries. A democracy cannot exist without women, but women have to defend democracy in our countries. We need to defend human rights, and we need to defend the role of women in our society. This really underscores the need to delve deeper into our collective efforts, which needs to be decisive and brave, the struggle of women for freedom. And I think there are many agencies that are our allies, and by working together, we will be able to really do away with these gaps and divides that still exist. In Beijing 30 years ago, this was a stimulus. We need to strengthen legislative frameworks and to provide support to countries that need it. The challenges faced by the gender agenda are multiple and diverse, both regionally and nationally. There are many issues that need to reach a consensus to be overcome. Let's think about the answers that we need to come up with in order to fight against women. There's digital violence against women and girls, and political violence against women who aspire to have a political career in the world. And these have become really a brutal and widespread form of exerting violence in the public spaces. And there's also a lot of gender division in the technological arena. We're excluded from the financial arena. We have many times no access to credit. We need to also reconcile the working life with family life, the excessive burden of unpaid work regarding care. All these things are upon the shoulders of women, and we need to move through it to a true care society, which is absolutely necessary in all of our societies. We must never lose sight of the concept of intersectionality, because this needs to be a guiding principle on this equality agenda that will allow us to really implement the transformation we're seeking, because not all women in the same region live in the same conditions. There are poor women, women living in rural areas, indigenous women, Afro-descendant women, migrant women, women living with HIV, elderly women. I'm not an elderly woman. I am a woman with accumulated youth. But we also have women with disabilities. We have people that are part of the LGBTQ plus group. So we need to think about all these women that many times face many more obstacles and difficulties to have their rights respected and to have their rights implemented. So we need to stop thinking about women as being the same all the time. We don't face the same obstacles. We have different issues to overcome. And all these challenges require ambitious answers, actions that are courageous and collective, because closing the gender divide is not only an ethical imperative, but it is a condition for sustainable development, for democracy, for social justice, and for peace. Yesterday we had a conversation about caring democracies. They must not be, there must not just be parity, but there needs to be care. So all these challenges that we face today need to help us move forward to act valiantly to write a future that will be better for us. Thank you, and you know you can count on me always.
Agradecemos profundamente.
We would like to thank Ms. Bachelet for her great inspiration. Now we have a surprise. We have a message for you from Alicia Bárcena, the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources of Mexico, and former Executive Secretary of ECLAC. And she has been an ambassador to Mexico and Chile, as well as the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
México, de América Latina y el Caribe, de organismos multilaterales, de la academia y de la sociedad civil. Primero, mi más sincera disculpa por no poder acompañarles personalmente en esta jornada. Sin embargo, abordan hoy en este segmento Memoria y Futuro, a 50 años de la primera conferencia mundial sobre la mujer, unos rasgos que reconozco en mi propia identidad. Permítanme entonces estrecharles por esta vía y compartir en el foro transformador de las mujeres de nuestra patria común, el abrazo de la palabra. Agradezco profundamente al secretario ejecutivo de la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, José Manuel Salazar Chirinar, por su invitación a esta 16ª Conferencia Regional sobre la Mujer de América Latina y el Caribe. La querida CEPAL, Ana Güemes, ha sido también mi casa y acojo su llamado a sumar estos esfuerzos a las causas que nos son comunes. Celebro que como desde 1977 continúe llevándose a cabo este imprescindible encuentro regional y más aún que su sede sea nuevamente la capital mexicana después de 5 décadas. Pero este es otro México, este es otro mundo, pero sigue idéntica la voluntad rebelde de sus mujeres, su energía creadora de otros mundos posibles, donde la igualdad, la dignidad y la justicia flamean como nuestras insignias, donde sin pausa, juntas avanzamos otros pasos firmes rumbo a nuestra plena emancipación, donde las manos de tantas apoyan más ladrillos en el edificio impostergable de nuestra total autonomía física, económica y política. Desde diferentes rincones de nuestra madre patria, América Latina y el Caribe, nos congrega en esta ocasión un diálogo que debe ser fecundo sobre las transformaciones que en los ámbitos político, económico, social, cultural y ambiental de nuestras naciones debemos acometer para dar impulso a la sociedad del cuidado. Construir una sociedad del cuidado es otra forma de decir y hacer para México, para la región y el mundo, un futuro transformador, sostenible y con la igualdad de género en el centro. No solo se trata de la economía del cuidado, que exige un pago justo, sino de formarnos en una sociedad que cuida a los viejos, nuestro legado, a los infantes, nuestro futuro, a los que cuidan, a los bienes públicos, al planeta. Las mujeres somos cuidadoras por naturaleza, pero corresponde a toda la sociedad esta responsabilidad. Si hemos de transitar hacia un nuevo paradigma social, recordémoslo siempre, repitámoslo sin pausa. El cuidado no es una tarea que le corresponde a las mujeres. Los cuidados realizados mayoritariamente por nosotras sí han sido la base invisible y menos valorada del bienestar social y de nuestro sistema económico. Tan solo en México, de los 10.2 millones de infancias que reciben cuidados, el 86% son cuidados por sus madres y el 7.6% por sus abuelas. En el mundo, de acuerdo con ONU Mujeres, 2.8 horas es la cantidad adicional de tiempo que las mujeres dedicamos diariamente al trabajo no remunerado del cuidado y a tareas domésticas, en comparación con los hombres. El derecho al cuidado, a cuidar, a ser cuidado y al autocuidado requiere de una concepción holística e integral de los cuidados. Como bien lo ha dicho Laura Pautasi, necesitamos con urgencia la voluntad política para traccionar la transformación social en la que cada quien y cada cual asuma sus responsabilidades de cuidado. Para lograr la autonomía económica, física y política de las mujeres, hay que avanzar hacia una sociedad del cuidado, con efectos multiplicadores, políticas de empleo claras. La sociedad del cuidado es una condición, un catalizador, un camino para alcanzar el verdadero desarrollo sostenible e incluyente que todas y todos merecemos. Bajo esta común e impostergable convicción, México los y las recibe con los brazos abiertos, en un presente transformador. Ya lo dijo nuestra presidenta, primera mujer en dirigir nuestra nación en 200 años, la doctora Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo. Durante la inauguración, ella dijo que estamos en el segundo piso de la cuarta transformación. El pueblo mexicano decidió dos cosas: que continuara la transformación iniciada por el presidente Andrés Manuel López Obrador y que en nuestro país era tiempo de mujeres. Rompiendo un techo de cristal, la presidenta Sheinbaum no llegó sola, llegamos todas las mujeres mexicanas. Este hito ha inspirado e impulsado a millones de niñas, jóvenes y mujeres mexicanas de todas las edades y sectores. Niñas que hoy, en lugar de soñar con ser princesas, sueñan con ser presidentas. Las mujeres somos la fuerza que sostiene familias, comunidades, al medio ambiente. Somos la historia viva de la resistencia y el cambio. Sin embargo, todavía hay mucho camino por recorrer. Cada día enfrentamos barreras en lo laboral, en lo social, en lo personal. Las mujeres ganan un 23% menos que los hombres en el mercado laboral mundial. Pero en México ya es derecho constitucional la igualdad laboral. En todo el mundo, casi la mitad de las mujeres casadas no tienen poder de decisión sobre su salud y sus derechos sexuales y reproductivos. El 35% de las mujeres entre 15 y 49 años han sido víctimas de violencia física o sexual por parte de su pareja o por una persona que no era su pareja. En los últimos 50 años, solo el 29% de las economías globales han sido lideradas por mujeres. Y en 2024, menos del 10% alcanzaron la paridad de género a nivel ministerial. Hoy, en 2025, tan solo el 9% de los países del mundo tienen una mujer como jefa de Estado. Y hoy, apenas el 10% de los países cuentan con una mujer jefa de gobierno. Sumado a estos datos, que son solo indicadores de esta realidad, hablamos de que si el ritmo actual de progreso se mantiene, la paridad política global tardará 168 años en alcanzarse. A nivel multilateral, es cierto, hemos avanzado, pero persisten anomalías anacrónicas e insostenibles. Tras 80 años de existencia, solo ha habido hombres al frente de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas. Va siendo hora de que también ahí, de una vez por todas, la mitad de la humanidad pueda por fin y en alto decir presente. Amigos y amigas, esta conferencia es la más importante, el más importante espacio con el que contamos a nivel regional para unirnos en una voz común y decidida frente a las amenazas y violencias que enfrentamos las mujeres en todo el mundo. Las mujeres somos más vulnerables a la violencia y a la discriminación, también al cambio climático y a la degradación ambiental, pero también somos valientes. Estamos cada vez más empoderadas. No somos solo víctimas. 4 de cada 5 personas desplazadas, incluso por el impacto del cambio climático, han sido mujeres y niñas. Por eso, ante desastres climáticos, las mujeres, las infancias, que tienen 14 veces más probabilidades de tener un accidente que los hombres. Por eso, como secretaria de Medio Ambiente y Recursos Naturales de mi país, no puedo dejar de mencionar esta dimensión de la desigualdad que vulnera en especial a las mujeres indígenas y afromexicanas que dan su vida por la vida, que son guardianas de sus comunidades y de la naturaleza. Como desde hace muchos años, creo firmemente en la igualdad. Creo que cerrar las brechas de género no es solo un acto de justicia, es una condición indispensable para el desarrollo sostenible. La igualdad de género es un derecho humano fundamental. Avanzar en ella es crucial para crear una sociedad sana, igualitaria, en todos los ámbitos. Desde nuestras trincheras, las y los invito a seguir abriendo camino, construyendo unidad para que las futuras generaciones de mujeres se desarrollen sin miedo en todas las esferas. Vamos juntas a transitar hacia un estilo de desarrollo basado en la igualdad y la sostenibilidad de la vida. El tiempo es ahora, el horizonte es la sociedad del cuidado y es un horizonte lleno de esperanza. Como lo dijo Hermila Galindo, gran revolucionaria mexicana. Y cito, a quienes nos acusan de que queremos salirnos de nuestra esfera, les respondemos que nuestra esfera está en el mundo, porque el futuro será feminista o no será. El futuro será sostenible o no será, como dijo muchas veces nuestra presidenta, cuando avanzan las mujeres, avanza toda la sociedad. Muchas gracias.
Secretaría de Medio Ambiente y Recursos Naturales.
Para seguir con este segmento,
Now I want to invite Citlali Hernandez Mora, who is the Secretary of Women of the Government of Mexico. She has worked very hard in trying to strengthen our public policies with a gender-based perspective. Dear Secretary, you have the floor. Thank you. Good day, everyone. I think that when we talk about memory and when we talk about future, we talk about an intergenerational connection, a connection of past and present events, but also about a horizon into the future. I think that is really exciting to be here, right at the same spot, at the same place, where 50 years ago, the Regional Conference on Women was celebrated for the first time. For the first time, also, men and women in the world started building what has been the foundations for women to continue their struggle at their respective congresses, at their respective governments, at their respective countries. And this is really exciting, and I say it as a Mexican, that today, once again, being here, we're living a different times. Back then, we were living authoritarianism, a totally different Mexico. But I feel that this space now is fully different, and we are thrilled about advancement, about breakthroughs, about progress. When there is resistance, that's a good sign, because that means that we're moving forward, and resistance wants to get activated, because when there is a breakthrough, there is resistance from those who don't want societies to be equal, those who don't understand that women, us women, have the same right, the same opportunities. And something that really motivates me deeply is that those women that fought 50 years ago or that dreamed 50 years ago about more egalitarian societies were just a minority. There were very few. They talked at every space, at every corner, everywhere where discussions were held. They tried to talk about something to make equality agenda, justice agenda visible. And I think that today The number of voices, both female and male voices, have grown in number, and now they embrace this equality agenda. Our world, our continent, our countries must be better places to live for everyone, but especially for women, because it has been twice or three times much harder than the situation has been for men. And as President Bachelet said, we have to think about those women who need it the most, women that despite the passage of time have not yet conquered their full and basic rights. In Mexico today, women are also part of the decision-making process. There is parity, our local and federal congresses, in the government's cabinets. We have a female president, Dr. Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo. There are very significant breakthroughs, and the transformation project, and allow me to say this because I feel extremely proud about this, has taken, in the last 7 years, our government has taken close to 14 million Mexicans out of poverty. And when we delve into data in education, labor access, health services, we can see that despite that advancement, the breakthroughs, or rather the gaps, are still very wide. They are far away from the situation that men live. Nevertheless, I think that it is worthwhile, and we were precisely talking about that with Ms. Bachelet. Women are truly self-demanding, and I think that we have been formed taking as a basis this urgent need to move forward fast. And even if we recognize that these are challenges to be faced and that there are many setbacks in some countries, unfortunately, I think that this memory and future space is the best of spots to recognize the work of so many women that have struggled in official and non-official corners, out on the streets, in their communities, in their villages, at every corner of our country. And women have been have had higher numbers in terms of participation in some places and less in others. But as Secretary Bárcenas has just said, there's still a long way to go to achieve parity and full rights. But this encounter, this regional conference, really calls upon us to speed up the pace, to do everything that we can and make up for the time lost. I think it is the time to acknowledge our fulfillments, face challenges, but we have to be grateful. And as a young woman that, well, not that young, but a woman that is still part of a generation that deeply admired those women who fought in the past, I want to thank them all. I want to really tell them that I feel so proud and so grateful to them, those women that were present here 50 years ago and who also gathered together in the following congresses, that met at Beijing, that worked so hard, that built platforms, and that have represented the horizon and the struggle mechanism of many women that we found along the way. So it is worthwhile telling them thank you, and telling girls and telling teenagers that we can build more just and egalitarian horizons, and that all of us gathered here together are really excited, thrilled about the new challenges to be faced. So, President, Ambassador, you have been part of those past struggles, present struggles, and I'm sure you will continue to be part of our future struggles as well. So, to all of you who have been tirelessly working for these rights, building, making agreements, letting your voices be heard. I know there is some progress, there are still challenges to be faced, but there have always been women that a different type of society is still possible, and I'm fully convinced that we will attain that. As Secretary Bárcenas said, there is not a just world if there is not feminism. The future will be feminist or not, but in Mexico and throughout the world, it is the time now for women. We are very thankful for your reflections and your renovated statement of continue to fight for these rights. Now we will share with you a video taking us back to 1975. There are many pictures of that period when 130 countries, delegations, organizations, and social movements gathered together at one same space, this same spot, to guarantee peace, development, and growth. They were talking back then about Latin America and the Caribbean. First Worldwide Conference of Women, 1975.
Primera Conferencia Mundial sobre la Mujer, un evento convocado por la Organización de las Naciones Unidas en el marco del establecimiento del 8 de marzo como el Día Internacional de la Mujer y el inicio del Decenio de las Naciones Unidas para la Mujer. El objetivo de la conferencia era discutir el Plan de Acción Mundial que buscaba incluir a las mujeres en los planes de desarrollo y paz, por lo que el lema fue Igualdad, Desarrollo y Paz. En ese mismo periodo, México impulsó una serie de reformas legales que buscaban proyectar al mundo su compromiso con la igualdad. En diciembre de 1975 se reformó el artículo 4 constitucional para garantizar la igualdad jurídica entre mujeres y hombres. Ese año también se promulgó una nueva Ley General de Población, en la que se reconoció constitucionalmente el derecho a decidir sobre el número y espaciamiento de los hijos. Se estableció el derecho de las mujeres a convertirse en ejidatarias y se derogaron disposiciones del Código Civil de 1928 que limitaban su autonomía, como la exigencia de permiso del marido para trabajar de manera remunerada. La conferencia fue asumida como una oportunidad para posicionar al país en la escena global, y su realización fue motivo de orgullo para la Federación y el Distrito Federal. El evento fue inaugurado el 19 de junio de 1975 en el Gimnasio Juan de la Barrera, y las actividades se desarrollaron en el edificio de Tlatelolco de la Secretaría de Relaciones Exteriores hasta el 2 de julio. Participaron 9,000 personas de 133 delegaciones de países miembros de las Naciones Unidas, representantes de movimientos de liberación nacional, organizaciones internacionales y no gubernamentales. Fue el primer evento de su tipo en contar con una mayoría femenina de representantes gubernamentales, más del 70%, y casi todas las delegaciones estuvieron encabezadas por mujeres. De manera paralela a las actividades realizadas en Tlatelolco, se celebró la Tribuna de Organizaciones No Gubernamentales en las instalaciones del Centro Médico Nacional. Este espacio alterno, apoyado por Naciones Unidas, permitió debatir el Plan de Acción Mundial de manera más plural y reflejó la enorme diversidad de las participantes. Los debates que se desarrollaron en ambos espacios reflejaron la diversidad de las experiencias, demandas, tensiones y estrategias de las mujeres en distintas partes del mundo. Temas como la igualdad de oportunidades, el trabajo, la organización comunitaria y la necesidad de transformar las estructuras de poder para avanzar en la justicia social formaron parte de una agenda diversa y profundamente política que sentó las bases para nuevas formas de acción colectiva. Hace 50 años, en pleno contexto de la Guerra Fría, descolonización e independencia de numerosos países, así como de conflictos, dictaduras y guerras, este encuentro marcó un punto de inflexión al afirmar que la igualdad entre mujeres y hombres no era solo un objetivo en sí mismo, sino una condición necesaria para la paz duradera y el desarrollo sostenible. Esta primera conferencia mundial sobre la mujer inauguró una nueva era en el multilateralismo. Estos ideales dieron origen al Decenio de las Naciones Unidas para la Mujer, 1976-1985, y a la Convención sobre la Eliminación de todas las formas de discriminación contra la mujer, CEDAW por sus siglas en inglés, adoptada en 1979 y principal tratado sobre derechos de las mujeres. En América Latina y el Caribe, la CEPAL convocó la Conferencia Regional sobre la Mujer de América Latina y el Caribe, que sesionó por primera vez en 1977 en La Habana y lo ha hecho de forma ininterrumpida desde entonces. Dio origen también a las bases de ONU Mujeres, que se creó en 2010. Desde entonces, los países de la región han registrado avances importantes. Han ratificado la CEDAW, han incorporado la igualdad en sus marcos normativos, creado mecanismos y políticas de igualdad y roto el silencio estadístico mediante la producción de información oficial con perspectiva de género. También han logrado la paridad en educación. Hoy, la prioridad es acelerar el paso, saldar la deuda histórica con las mujeres y hacer realidad los compromisos asumidos. La invitación es a recoger la memoria y la acción colectiva hacia un futuro mejor. En este contexto, la celebración de la 16ª Conferencia Regional sobre la Mujer en Tlatelolco, en la Ciudad de México, se alza como un hito de la memoria en sentido de futuro. Impulsar la sociedad del cuidado es responder a aquella demanda histórica, sembrar esperanza en tiempos de incertidumbre y afirmar que otro desarrollo es posible, con igualdad, desarrollo y paz para toda la humanidad y con el cuidado de las personas y del planeta en el centro.
Con este video vamos a dar paso a la segunda parte de este evento con un segmento en donde vamos.
This video was the introduction to a second segment of this morning's work. So let me just ask you to please join me to be part of this dialogue. We're going to continue weaving this fabric of memory and future.
Ya no sé cómo vamos.
Bueno, mientras vamos.
Okay. As we're coming down, I will explain how we're going to work. We're going to weave different reflections, and each of our guests will have a few moments to explain what they think care is, the society of care should be in the next 10 years. And as we weave these ideas together, we're going to be showing you a video.
Muchísimas gracias, embajadora. Adelante, por favor, donde ustedes quieran. Muchísimas gracias.
Okay, well, thank you. As I was saying, in this second part of this dialogue, we are opening up the space to the participation of different leaders in our region. So we'll have an interactive participation. Each person will have a few minutes to share their vision about how to project based upon this memory, the steps that need to be taken to make progress in the next decade. So this is really weaving the fabric of the future. We'll begin with Gloria Ann Thomas, Minister of Social and Community Development, Housing, and Gender Affairs of Grenada.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates. It is a profound honor to join you here in Mexico City, where 50 years ago, the global movement for gender equality found its voice and direction. For Grenada, a young nation that has just gained independence in 1974, the first World Conference on Women in 1975 served as both a beacon and a blueprint. We were just beginning to shape our national identity, and from the onset, we recognized that justice, inclusion, and equality must be at the heart of our development journey. That historic gathering offered Grenada and many small states a vital platform for aspiration, connection, and commitment. Grenada's pursuit of gender equality is firmly rooted in our commitment to global and regional frameworks. At the heart of this commitment is our national gender equality policy and action plan, which institutionalizes a multi-sectorial and intersectorial approach to gender mainstreaming across all levels of governance. GPAC aligns seamlessly with the Beijing Platform for Action, CEDAW, the Mesegvi Convention on the Belém de Pará, the Sustainable Development Goals, and Grenada's National Sustainable Development Plan. This alignment ensures that gender is not a superficial concern, but a co-consideration across economic policy, social protection, education, health, climate resilience, and justice system. The GPAC addresses critical areas including women's economic empowerment, leadership and decision-making, and the prevention and elimination of violence against women and girls. This is not symbolic progress. It is structural transformation embedded in policy, institutions, and national accountability mechanisms. Guided by the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, and the Inter-American Mesegvi mechanisms, Grenada has undertaken progressive legislation reforms to strengthen protection for women and girls. We have enhanced the Domestic Violence Act, aligned the child care protection laws with the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and integrated gender-responsive provisions into the Labor Code. These legal advancements have significantly improved access to justice, bolstered protection for survivors, and promoted shared responsibility in parenting and care. Grenada is especially proud of the achievement realized under the UN-EU Spotlight Initiative, which has both systematic and community-level responses to gender-based violence. Through this partnership, Grenada has taken a whole-of-government, whole-of-society approach to gender-based violence prevention and response, resulting in significant institutional advancement. A dedicated GBV unit has been operationalized within the Ministry of Social Development, and survivors center case management protocols have been introduced to ensure dignified and right-based care. The country has also institutionalized a national referral pathway, enhanced justice sector capacity to respond to intimate partner violence, child sexual abuse, and harmful cultural norms, and launch a comprehensive GBV national coordinating mechanisms. These advancements demonstrate the power of coordinated multi-sectoral partnership to deliver tangible progress in the protection and the promotion of human rights. Grenada has seen a marked improvement in women's leadership across government, education, and civil society. Through the Build Back Equal Project and national entrepreneurship schemes, we are addressing gender gaps in economic participation, digital skills, and green innovation. Women-led businesses now receive targeted financing and training, paving the way for more inclusive economic recovery and climate resilience. The Build Back Equal Project is enhancing women's access to finance, market, digital technologies, and entrepreneurship development. These efforts are closing structural gaps in economic participation while bolstering resilience in the face of climate and economic shocks, reflecting our commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals 5, 8, and 13. Disability inclusion and intersectional justice, advancing structural gaps in economic participation while bolstering resilience in the face of climate and economic shocks. Under the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disability, Grenada has made strong gains in disability inclusion, policy making. Our new National Disability Policy and Action Plan addresses the intersectional of gender and disability, ensuring that women and girls with disabilities are no longer invisible. We are promoting accessible public service, inclusive education, and economic empowerment through targeted livelihoods program. As we approach Beijing Plus 30, Grenada affirms that the road ahead demands deeper partnership, stronger institutions, and a renewed political will. We must continue to engage men and boys, transform harmful social norms, and ensure that no one, regardless of gender, ability, age, or status, is left behind. Our Men's Bureau is championing positive masculinity and engaging men and boys as partners in change. This is not peripheral action. It is central to dismantling patriarchal norms and building new models for accountability and care. Chair, colleagues, as we prepare for Beijing Plus 30 and look to the future, Grenada stands ready to deepen our commitment, scale innovation, and center the voices of women and girls in all their diversity. The history of women's rights in the Caribbean is inseparable from our struggle for freedom, dignity, and transformation. Our memory fuels our mission, and our future is built on solidarity. 50 years on, Grenada affirms that the memory of 1975 must guide the momentum of 2025 and beyond. We are no longer debating why gender equality matters. We are advancing how to achieve it faster and more inclusively. Grenada stands ready to walk this path alongside you with purpose, partnership, and unwavering political will. I thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much. In order to continue weaving this dialogue, we'll give the floor to Yamila Gonzalez Ferrer, expert with the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. Thank you so much. I would like to thank on behalf of Committee of CEDAW to be able to participate in this conference. As a Cuban citizen, I feel that it is extremely exciting to participate in this panel because my mother was part of the broad delegation, Cuban delegation that attended the meeting in 1975 when I was only 5 years old. I feel that that personal experience symbolizes the fact that we're all the heirs of the struggles of the people who came before us, of the movements of women and feminists that have been struggling to date and that will continue fighting. I want to remind you that it was the Democratic Federation of Women that proposed in 1972 under Kosovo to dedicate a whole year to assess the condition and situation of women. In 1975, the Cuban delegation was presided by a great woman, a Cuban heroine and the chair of Cuban women, Vilma Espinguilar, who was recognized worldwide as a central figure of women's integration in the region. And in exposing the dramatic realities of the world, she mentioned the differences that existed in the development of science and technology. Valentina Tereskova was conquering the cosmos while millions of women, boys and girls live without hope. Current reality is not much different. We still have a lot to fight for in order to do away with the social injustice that still prevails. In compliance with the Mexico agreements, Cuba became the host of the first regional conference of women for Latin America and the Caribbean that was institutionalized by a mandate of ECLAC. And Vilma was also crucial to establishing the documents that we have today, although many of the challenges are still in force. I'd like to recall Aida Gonzalez, the Mexican ambassador who always worked for the rights of women and who played a crucial role in organizing that conference. In 1975, as Ms. Bachelet mentioned, the World Conference in Mexico opened many roads and proposed a legal framework that came to fruition many years later through the Convention on Eradication of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. And furthermore, the Committee of CEDAW has really enriched many generations through legal doctrines that allow us to adapt to changing realities, such as General Recommendation number 39 that acknowledges the rights of indigenous girls and women through an approach of intersectionality and mainstreaming. General Recommendation number 40 that tends to 50-50 parity gender-wise, but numerical equality is not enough. It needs for men and women to incorporate this intersectional look in everything we do, as well as in the care activities that really are crucial for full participation. And to end, Resolution 41, or Recommendation 41, that really concentrates on eradicating discrimination against women and girls. And that is why I urge you to participate in the national consultation process that will take place, so as to really bring together the feminist, multidisciplinary, disciplinary, and intercultural outlooks so that we can strengthen our partnerships and so that our voices and our experiences are reflected in a document that will undoubtedly contribute to building a care society that will be democratic, sustainable, fair, discrimination-free, and with true co-responsibility between men, women, state, and society. Thank you. Thank you so much. I now give the floor to Gloria Cariaga, the General Coordinator of Arcoiris Foundation in Mexico. Good morning. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be here. I'm really excited to meet fellow delegates with whom I shared the conference, the first conference in Beijing, and I'm glad to meet all newcomers to this conference. Feminist participation in international conferences of the UN system has really established important turning points. Gender policies undoubtedly have changed the world. A broad and growing participation of women in different spheres of life has demanded radical changes that unfortunately are still in the making in order to fully guarantee their security and equality. This participation of women is proof of our opening to change, but nonetheless, there are still many contradictions in place. And here's the downside. We want to incorporate the rights of women, sexual rights in the agenda, and this required lengthy discussions. And even though these were not included in the plan of action, these discussions opened the door to new considerations. Sexual orientation and gender equality today have an independent expert, and practically all special rapporteurs take those into account in their reports. Nonetheless, it is still an imperative for LGBT plus people should stop being seen as a threat or as a problem or as people who live life the easy way. We're part of this society, and we contribute more to it than what we receive from it, thanks to the resistance and the indefatigable work of all of us to recover that freedom which is taken from us, sometimes from a very early age. We want to be part of the regional and global agenda and defend our rights, and in so doing, we have built different perspectives that should be considered in order for people to look at us differently and for people to take us into account in order to create this social fabric and contribute to the development and democracy of our countries. Gender and sexuality have not really been addressed in their full measures. They're part of debates in each of the sessions in which these topics are discussed, or even in sessions where the topic wants to be eradicated. We still have not acknowledged the rights of people who are different throughout their lives, and the vision of gender has been very slightly developed, and sometimes it is related to the progress made by women, and therefore there are no actions taken to question masculinity and that would facilitate the equal consideration of gender. And not considering sexuality and in relation with gender will have a strong impact and will result to the violence undergone by women every day and will continue to curb their freedoms, as well as the same measures applied to men. It is necessary to work in order to do away with the fears and distortions that exist on these two dimensions, in order to really make headway in the construction of this social fabric that will facilitate the protection of rights and will facilitate or guarantee absolute freedoms for people to live without any fears. The feminist proposal has been committed to building a better society in each of the different global agendas that have been implemented. The care system today will demand the dismantling of feminine stereotypes that affect the autonomy of women, and it will require us to foster a general care system that will involve companies, communities, and governments. If we want to comply with its objectives, with care and self-care and the care of the planet, we need to be aware of the fact that the future is a feminist future. Without feminism, there will be no future. Thank you so much.
protegido, damos la palabra.
We now give the floor to Mr. Kami, who is the Director of Communications and Political Advocacy of Equimundo. Hello, I address you this morning not only because this type of events have a different character, but based on the surreal experience of sharing such a wonderful table with great female leaders. Sometimes I close my eyes and I don't only see someone with hair, but also a young boy that is walking down the Guayaquil streets in Ecuador, hand in hand with Carolina, her activist and feminist mother. Today, I'm representing Equimundo, a social justice center. We work in 71 countries. It was born in Latin America, and it carries out its work in trying to establish more dialogue with boys and children to teach them about gender equality. I thank Ana Westmes for having invited Equimundo to be part of this conference and to invite us to think about the present, the past, and looking forward future. From Equimundo, we take a look at the past and we celebrate the great breakthroughs that have been laid by Afro-descendant, racialized, indigenous, heterosexual, diverse, gender women, young women, and women with accumulated youth, all of them very talented. We see the present with deep concern. Why? Because we see that there are setbacks in the area of rights, because we see direct antagonism around gender equality in the planet, because we witness that there is social injustice not only in our region but in other parts of the world, including Gaza. And I think it is worthwhile to remember what we're witnessing just as we speak in Gaza. We also see, inspired by Anna and her invitation, we look into the future. And despite what we see today in the present, we are optimistic and hopeful about the future. We see that in the future, equality is possible, eradication of violence, and justice are possible as well. So we want to echo the voices of our female colleagues. We need men, we need women, we need non-binary people, boys and girls to make this change happen. This is our call to action to achieve that type of future. We have to have a sense of urgency, especially those working regionally, internationally, and sometimes distance from the local spots. You know how urgent this is on a daily basis. We see that we need to transcend, go beyond resolutions and co-create, co-ideate solutions and focus on achieving those solutions. We also see that we have to start working for care societies. The one who provides care, the one who receives care, the ones who takes care of herself, himself, takes care of the earth, of our environment. And as President Bachelet said, we have to take care of democracies that are under threat in Latin America and also in the rest of the planet. Thank you. Okay, we keep on weaving and now give the floor to Adriana Paz Ramirez, the General Secretary of the International Domestic Workers Federation. Hello, I'm deeply grateful for ECLAC's invitation. I want to bring to our memory, to our present, also the future of our domestic workers. It is a surreal experience for me as well to be sitting next to great female leaders. I'm 50 years old, 50 years since the first conference was held here as well, and I'm the legacy, and I have been raised and nurtured by the ideals of so many women who have driven this transformational change that has no return. And I think that it is key to recover the struggle of the organized sector of the workers, and I'm honored to work with them and to be sitting next to them. I want to greet you on behalf of Mercama Wiltes from Argentina. In Latin America, there are close to 14 million paid domestic workers, the second largest region with the highest concentration of women. After Asia, most of them are Black women, indigenous, migrant, with very, very scarce resources, despite the fact that they work very, very hard taking care of their children, of their grandparents, of their families. They do the dishes, they prepare food, they clean the bathrooms in a quiet and almost hidden way, closed behind closed doors, making 45% or 50% less in terms of wage than men, well below the minimum wage, and without being included in social security services. Workers, paid domestic workers, started organizing themselves in unions and organizations as of the 20th century and throughout the 21st century. I just take two South American examples. In the 30s, in Bolivia, Petronella Infante Ayola, an indigenous woman domestic worker, in 1936 created the first union, and her first demands were for the cooking art to be recognized, to have Sunday to rest, and to substitute domestic, the word domestic, for household workers. Later in Brazil, the Melo, a Black domestic worker, and who belonged to the Negro, the Black Communist Party, made her first vindications. She was struggling against social oppression, and she wanted domestic workers to be recognized as well. In the 60s, they asked to be included in the federal legislation. In the 70s, they asked for minimum wage, 8-hour work with 1 day to rest. When I ask domestic workers in Brazil why it is so important to define that they work, they tell me, if I have to enter my job at a certain time, but I cannot leave at a certain time, that makes me a slave and not a domestic worker. Even though things have improved a lot from the 1930s, because today we have protection legal frameworks, in practice there are still very profound gaps that have not substantially changed. That's why in the 1960s, the Confederation for the Caribbean was created. Many of its leaders are present here today. And in 2013, showing solidarity, President Jose Mujica founded the Domestic Workers Association in Uruguay with an internationalist vision for domestic workers, gathering together workers from Asia, Africa, the Middle East, Europe, and America. And today, it has representations in many countries of the world, and it has 94 unions represented as well. This has brought fundamental knowledge around which we celebrate the 16th Regional Conference of ICLAC, Economy and Society of Care. This workers' movement started in the year 2000. They wanted domestic work to be recognized as a work and not as help. A work that has to be carried out under decent conditions with social protections, just as other work sectors. So for the first time in the history of world work, they inaugurated the first union and had their first feminist agenda. They signed a work agreement, a decent work agreement for domestic workers, 189 agreement with recommendation to 201 from the ILO. It defines basic rights, working conditions, working hours, health conditions, safety at work, regulations having to do with child work and migrant work. Despite the fact that in Latin America we have the highest number of ratifications as a result of pressure of the workers' movement, the figures in reality has not changed that much despite these agreements ratifications. The domestic sector continues to be one of the fifth occupations that is not considered as decent work together with agricultural jobs. 63% and up to 99%, as is the case of Mexico, women domestic workers are not protected, even though they have this legislation to be included in Social Security as a result of Maria Rosario's work, a domestic worker. The Social Security legislation was modified and they were included in the system. 5 years later, the percentages have not changed, are kept still at 2% and are going down even further. So we must ask ourselves why. Why is that happening? In this new era of care, that workers sector, domestic workers sector, offers plenty of possibilities. We can revert this reality, but there are high risks as well. Maybe their demands will not effectively be integrated in the national care plans. It is important to take a look at what the unions have done. That is a testimonial that actual changes come from the bottom to the top. And there has to be active involvement by workers, both males and females. There is a transformational and multiplying power in alliances, working with government, progressist women, ministers of labor, ministers of women associations, and obviously with the labor and feminist movements. If we see care as a need, as a work, and as a right, then we have a transformational philosophy and an urgent action framework still to be accomplished. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Para seguir.
Thank you. Now, we want to give the floor to Wendy Barrantes, who is the founder and sub-coordinator of Red Latinoamericana de Vida Independiente. Good morning to you all. Good morning, dear panelists and attendees. It is a true honor to be part of this space where we celebrate 50 years since the first Conference on Women was organized. I greet all men and women who are part of this Latin American network of independent life. We are struggling to have an autonomous life, and with supports that are targeted at what we prefer and we require. A legacy from Judith Human, a pioneer of the independent life movement. And I start by saying that as a woman with disabilities and an activist for human rights, I celebrate that at this regional conference we are talking about the Care Society with gender equality. Independence is now considered, interdependence is considered as a step forward or towards our independence, but we cannot talk about a substantive equality future without considering that women with disabilities and population in general with disabilities are still absent from these discussions. That is why the complexities we live as women, as mothers, need to be recognized, because it is crucial for our proposals to be an active part of this transformation, where care systems will no longer consider us as passive recipients of care and support, but as caregivers as well. I think that a key element that we have to bear in mind is unquestionably implementation of true intersectionality, as Ms. Bachelet has said. At Relavin, we firmly believe that a care society will only be just if it recognizes the right to support personal assistance that is fundamental to exercise the right to live in an independent manner. We propose an agenda that will be focused on the care society and put at the forefront women with disabilities, guaranteeing that we are represented in the design and implementation of care and support policies that will actually respond or meet the needs that we have, because we are tired of being simple observers. As the Inter-American Court has very wisely pointed out, guarantee of right to care should come from the support needs and not only from care. And we understand that support and care that people with disabilities require needs to be based on the respect for the rights, autonomy, and safety. I call upon the government so that they allocate higher budgets to support and care programs, as well as to the independent life centers, which are an ideal mechanism, in addition to being a solution that will accompany, empower, recognize, redistribute, and defeminize care and support. This is the proposal that we are pushing forward from our network, so that please pay attention to it. Without a proper financial investment, good intentions will just be forgotten in the drawer. Thanks, ECLAC, for opening up this space to us, and thanks to all the women that have opened new pathways for 50 years. But please don't forget, sisters, that we are women as well, and that we want to walk and roll together with you to enjoy equal rights. Thank you.
Vamos a pausar.
Now we will keep on weaving our net in a virtual way. Next, we have Virginia Vargas, co-founder of the Flora Tristan Peruvian Women's Center. Good evening. First of all, allow me to congratulate ICLAC for everything that it has done for 50 years in terms of this shared horizon with civil society and feminist movements, positioning publicly and institutionally a gender-based perspective and a democratic impulse. I congratulate all women who have accompanied these processes, building dialogue throughout the years. And within these processes that many times are complex, I want to emphasize your support to the platform of action and the permanent participation in the follow-up and assessment, as well as accountability from 1975 up until Beijing. So this is a historical moment. We have to analyze where have we gotten to and what is the cultural, political, economic, and emotional framework that we have to advocate. This is a highly concerning, worrying framework because we have an ecosystem that has not been respected. We have a weak projection and justice in terms of redistribution as well as consolidation of citizenship rights have not been achieved, especially those of women, and a regional base that is extremely conservative and that is expressed in wars and genocides impacting our lives and our geopolitics at all government levels. We have also made strides. We have conquered rights that we need to fundamentally care. This is a human right. We have to put at the center life, sustainability, and defense of human rights, aided by the government, and we have to broaden up our cultural horizons, taking as a basis the right to have rights. Our advocacy is framed within struggle for radical democracy, for a care society, social justice, citizenship rights, including redistribution, recognitions, and equal rights in a just perspective that is depatriarchalizing, eliminating racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, to show the role, the very key role that new generations play and that was placed at the Beijing conference, mechanisms and resources. This was all discussed there. Thank you.
Ahora escucharemos a Sonia Gutiérrez.
Now let's listen to Sonia Gutiérrez, Congresswoman and Chair of the Congressional Women's Committee in Guatemala.
Lak oriktake ke nakanam chipam maridakalak irona unterlak itakelo la shamana chikamach rechiwihana maskirorik acharik honterla ishokintake yonterla tinimitake. Muy buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks to ICLAC, UN Women, for this wonderful conference and for the opportunity to express our voice here, for all diverse women to express their voice. 5 decades have gone by. It is easily said, but think about what that means, what that has implied for us as women. We've cried a lot because of genocides. We have to suffer the scourge, the most terrible atrocities around the world. And we ask ourselves, which are the changes? Which are the advancements that we've achieved? And of course there have been wonderful participations, and we have to emphasize that what's not said, what's not named does not exist. We have to name things. Among the achievements, we can see that some countries have moved forward more than others, but political participation quotas are really relevant, and the host country is setting an example with President Claudia Sheinbaum, like our eldest brother or older brother, setting an example or being the role model for many of us. We also need to highlight that institutional mechanisms have been created for women, that women have abandoned private life and become part of public life, that women have stepped into different spheres, politics, the academia, science, sports, and many, many other fields that were not that did not allow their participation before. But today, these are universal rights that women, us women, have conquered. So they need to be fully respected. From women's trenches and from the indigenous people's trenches where I come from and belong to, participation still represents a great challenge. We are not yet part of the decision-making spaces. So after this 50-year journey, we need to keep on claiming or demanding our rights very specifically. This needs to be compulsory and this needs to mandatory, and this needs to be respected and complied with. Individual awareness and collective awareness are key to go beyond judiciary issues and the state. If that is not so, we will continue standing at the periphery. There needs to be an evolutionary process, civilizing process. We need to transit in this ideological transformation pathway. This will be built with ongoing permanent dialogue within the educational systems. Machism, racism, murder show that there is constant dehumanization and make human beings feel shameful. That cannot be accepted. There are many challenges after 50 years, and we need to change our states. That's one of the biggest challenges. States should no longer be patriarchal, racist, colonialist. They have to become plural states that have equal rights, but for both men and women. As a Mayan Pocomam woman, and now as president of the Congress of Women in the Guatemala Congress, very proud of my origins. I want to underscore the struggle of my ancestors, great-grandmothers, grandmothers, my mother, even though they could not access education, they didn't have any opportunities. One of their grandchildren is now raising her voice. Why? Because I recognize the historical struggle and the pathway that they open to us. And this is not only for them, but for our daughters, for future generations, for the youth. Today, in Guatemala, we face a very relevant challenge, and I greet my sisters coming from Guatemala. Together, we're opening up a new pathway into the Congress. It has not been easy, but we are pushing this legislative agenda to fight against the new modes of violence like sexual digital violence and a care system with child care centers and ratifying Agreement 189. Guatemala, unfortunately, has not yet ratified it. That is to say, we are playing our roles and we have our full commitment set on that. And to conclude, I want to express that I think that when women, coherent, consequent women, get to decision-making spaces, we start transforming the lives of our citizens. And there are excellent examples about it with President Bachelet, with President Sheinbaum. I mean, there's still a long way to go. But it is not only a question of taking spaces, but taking those spaces to change, to transform, to build a better world, to build a more egalitarian and just world where both men and women, diverse men and women, live a heritage for new generations. Thank you so much to all of you.
Para finalizar con este segmento,
now I would like to give the floor to Journey Hodge, student leader of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Okay. Esteemed delegates and colleagues, a pleasant good morning. My name is Ajerne Hodge, and I'm 15 years old, and I proudly represent the island of Nevis. Today, I'm speaking... Today, I'm speaking for all girls across the Caribbean and the youth delegates present here today. Please stand. Yeah, stand. Okay. Let me tell you about a 15-year-old girl. Thank you. Let me tell you about a 15-year-old girl. She wakes up at 5 a.m. not to scroll through social media or get dressed up, but to change diapers, breastfeed her baby, cook, clean, and get her siblings ready for school. She also takes care of her grandmother, while her mother leaves early, the only breadwinner in their home. By the time she leaves for school, she's already done a full day's work. She's exhausted, trying to stay focused in class, with little to no time left for herself or her dreams. And yet, she still holds tightly to her hopes for a better future. When school ends, she goes home to do it all over again. She's not lazy, she's not irresponsible. She's a student, a caregiver, a mother, a child. Too many girls like her are forced out of school, denied health care, and left to carry the weight of it all alone. Let's be clear. Motherhood should not erase her right to learn or to live. As we stand today, in the very city where it all began, the memory element I believed we must recover is our capacity for transformation. Over the past 4 months, myself and over 56,000 adolescents created a list of proposals to transform care and our future. We propose a twofold priority. First, advancing universal, gender-responsive education, teaching not just literacy, but also digital skills for the modern economy, climate literacy for a changing planet, and comprehensive sexuality education to protect health and rights. Second, establishing permanent, diverse youth advisory councils within national and regional gender frameworks. Councils empowered to influence policy, not merely observe it. This vision must be anchored in concrete action focused on building comprehensive public care systems with a rights-based approach that ensure accessible, quality services for all caregivers. Adopting labor policies that recognize and support all caregivers with paid leave and shared responsibility among states, employers, communities, and families. Ensuring adolescent mothers have uninterrupted access to education and comprehensive health care through strong support networks. Dismantling gender stereotypes from childhood through inclusive education in all territories. Guaranteeing the real and effective political participation of adolescents in all decision-making spaces related to care work and community life, and putting care work at the heart of development, peace building, and climate action. These are more than just requests. They are demands born out of lived realities. They are calls for justice, for dignity, and for action. Today is a historic moment as I, Ajerne Hodge, a 15-year-old from St. Kitts and Nevis, stand before you at this the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. I carry with me the voices of adolescents across our region, voices that speak with honesty, urgency, and hope. We have shared our truths. We have told what we need. Now, We are asking you to move. Not later, not eventually, but now. Because real change cannot happen without us, and it cannot wait. So I leave you with this. Take our words seriously. Include us fully and act with intention. The future we are fighting for begins with the choices you make today. Remember, if care is fair, the future is ours. Si el cuidado es justo, el futuro es nuestro. Thank you.
Por favor, les pido.
Please do not let go of the ribbon while we move on to our next activity, and let me explain what it is. Now I'm going to invite you to participate in the collective building of a tree of life. In Mexican arts and crafts, a tree of life is what narrates the history, cosmovision, and the links that sustain a community and that connect us to the future. The roots represent the memory, the origin, the trunk, the force that keeps us together, and the branches, the growth, diversity, and the roads for the future of our lives, our collective dreams, and the care society. By finding inspiration in this tradition, we will build a symbolic tree of life that will include all the dreams and desires of all who are here. Please answer the question that will appear when you access this QR code, or that many of you have seen in a printed form. The question is, what is your dream to achieve substantive gender equality and the care society in the next decade? Your answers will appear on the screen, and we will comment upon them, and together we will build this living tree that, as Mexican cosmogony tells us, that this is just a combination of past, present, and future.
No se preocupe, si quiere no se preocupe. Nada más es ahorita un ejercicio, pero no se preocupe, ahorita lo vamos a hacer entre todos. ¿O lo podrían hacer aquí? Ahí está, es ese. Ah, no, le tiene que picar aquí. Vamos a leer
We're going to be reading just a couple of messages, but this is something that you will receive later on. To start by recognizing the rights of women, but not as a demand from us, but because we deserve them. That we should recognize diversity as the greatest driving force to create a happier and fairer world for all. For all women to have access to Social Security and decent remuneration, for women to have the right to be part of the decision-making sphere, to achieve change, to achieve substantive equality, a new economic order that will allow us to redistribute wealth, to eradicate racism and any form of gender-based violence. I dream with transforming the economic model so that priority will be maintaining life and universal well-being, a world without violence, for there to be a deep cultural change in which all citizens will be rewarded and have the responsibility to achieve equality in all contexts, that our girls and elderly women will have real opportunities and adequate care provided by the state. My dream is for there to be political will so that states work hand in hand with civil society. My dream is that in this decade, substantive gender equality will become a reality and care will be recognized as a right and as a common shared good. To carry out actions for gender equity and the rights of women in the building sector of Chile, to eliminate violence against women, to strengthen the links of Afro-descendant women, nothing done without them. That there comes a day when we don't have to fight to be equal, respected, and respected. Basic infrastructure that women, farmers who have an adequate and timely remuneration so that they can keep on caring for the loved ones and for the natural resources. Respect for difference. My dream is that my actions inspire more and more women to defend participative spaces in public and private organizations so that together we can change the world for it to become a more fair and sustainable one for all. Girls of all the world should have conditions that allow them to build their own future. The state must guarantee that this can happen. To attain the balance so that we can take care of each other without sacrificing anybody's life and guaranteeing equal conditions for men and women. First, for it not to be just a dream and that all projects become a reality, especially in the indigenous peoples in the south of Mexico. A caregiver, a woman that should have access to Social Security and be afforded the right to care for her family, and for all of us to have a voice. Equal jobs, equal remuneration, not to have to choose between a mother or a professional, to have security and to have zero violence. I hope that this exercise, this tree that we have built together, has been a pleasant experience, and to please, I ask you to look at all the answers that will be saved in the page, in the web page. Now, moving on. Moving on, we would like to thank all of you for sharing your ideas, to those of you here in the room and those following us online. This reminds us that memory is not just remembering the past, but it is a basis for the future and to foster care and equality for all. So now please enjoy the artistic presentation from the Amalia Hernandez Folklore Ballet group that will accompany us with music and dance. And I'd like to thank all members of the different institutions that allowed us to perform this exercise of historic memory. Let us now take a few minutes to get ready, and thank you again for joining us and for sharing this space. Thank you.
Óyelo, primo.
Muy buenos días, señores, señoras y señoritas. Señoras y señoritas, muy buenos días, señores.
A todas las florecitas de rostro cautivador, para la trova más bonita de estos pobres cantadores.
Ay, que sí, que no, ni la luna en su apogeo.
Ay, que sí, que no.
Ni el sol tan capacitado.
Ahora sí, mañana no.
Satisface su deseo.
Grande tú con la chica yo.
De aquel que llega al varado del arpazo y el trineo del chiquichiri afamado.
¡Újale! ¡Claro, bonito! Llegó Veracruz, compadre.
¡Échale! ¡Así, parientito!
Thank you very much. Y dice...
Ay, qué bonito es bailar, eso del tilingolingo, que lo pueden zapatear, tanto chino como gringo.
Ay, qué bonito es bailar, eso del tilingolingo, que lo pueden zapatear, tanto el chino como el gringo.
Ay, repica, pica, pica, repica, repicateando, qué bonita, todas las que están bailando.
Ay, tirín, 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 ay, tolón, 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 qué bonitas las hijas de Don Simón. ¡Újale! ¡Qué bonito! Y venga las balbas, que se vean las balbas, venga.
Eso del tilingolingo tiene un ritmo sabrosón, que se baila con estilo, de la bamba y el danzón.
Eso del tilingolingo tiene un ritmo sabrosón, que se baila con estilo, de la bamba y el danzón.
Ay, repica, pica, pica, repica, repiqueteando, qué bonitas, todas las que están bailando.
Ay, tirín, 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 ay, tolón, 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 qué bonitas las hijas de Don Simón. ¡Y que vivan las mujeres, compadre! ¡Órale, chicas del coro! ¿Cómo se baila?
Eso del tilingolingo tiene un ritmo singular, que hay que ponerse muchacho a poderlo zapatear.
Hay que ponerse muchacho para poderlo zapatear.
Que me toquen el requinto con el arpa y la jarana. Qué bonita, mi tierra veracruzana.
Ay, tirín, 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 ay, tolón, 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 qué bonitas las hijas de Don Simón. ¡Rújale! ¡Ea! Vale, pues.
Repica, repicateando, qué bonito que el tilingo está acabando.
Ay, tirín, 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 ay, tolón, 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 qué bonitas las hijas de Don Simón. ¡Simón! ¡Viva México! All right. ¿Quieren otra? Con mucho cariño para ustedes, algo del bello estado de Veracruz que dice, El Torito.
Este
vengo manteniendo con cascarita de mango. Este torito que traigo lo traigo desde Tenango. Lázalo,
Lázalo que se te va.
échame los brazos mi alma si me tienes voluntad.
Lázalo,
Lázalo,
Lázalo que se te fue.
échame los brazos mi alma y nunca te olvidaré. Vamos a ver que se vean arriba las manos, venga. Arriba las manos.
Este torito que traigo lo traigo desde Jalapa. Lo traigo desde Jalapa y este torito que traigo.
Y lo vengo manteniendo con cascarita de papa. Este torito que traigo lo traigo desde Jalapa. Lázalo,
Lázalo que se te va.
échame los brazos mi alma si me tienes voluntad. Lázalo, te va.
Lázalo que se te fue.
Échame los brazos mi alma y nunca te olvidaré. Vamos a ver que se oigan las palmas, fuerte las palmas. Hey, 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 yeah. Y arriba las mujeres. Eso era todo. Eso es. Arriba Tabasco. ¡Ay, qué bonito! Arriba las chicas del coro. Solo Veracruz es bello. Machita. A ver, arriba las manos, todas las mujeres. Ya nos vamos.
Este torito que traigo lo traigo desde Alvarado. Lo traigo desde Alvarado y este torito que traigo.
Y lo vengo manteniendo con arroz y con pescado. Este torito que traigo lo traigo desde Alvarado. Lázalo,
Lázalo que se te va.
échame los brazos mi alma si me tienes voluntad. Lázalo,
Lázalo que se te fue.
échame los brazos mi alma y nunca te olvidaré. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. Could you all please stand up? Stand up so that we can take the official picture of this conference, and I hope that you will all be able to appear. So please stand up. Please, again, stand up. I would like the musical group to please join us for the photograph.
Por favor, de este lado. Adelante. Pasen, por favor. Maestra Cirila, ¿está por ahí para que se pueda unir a la foto, por favor? Maestra Cirila Rodríguez. Ah, aquí está, maestra. Muchísimas gracias por este recuerdo.
Thank you so much. I'm sure we will all have fond memories of this conference and future conferences. And now we will pause for 30 minutes and we will get ready for the closing ceremony. And first we will have to adopt the Tlatelolco Agreement. Thank you.
Les comunicamos que vamos a tener un receso de 30 minutos.
Again, this is a reminder that we're going to go into a 30-minute break, and then we will proceed to the adoption of our Tlatelolco Agreement and then move on to the closing ceremony. Thank you.
Cuando llegué a mi casita, me decía mi prenda amada, ¿dónde el maíz que te tocó? Le respondí yo, mi triste, el patrón se lo llevó, por lo que debía en la hacienda, pero me dijo el patrón que contara con la tienda. Ahora voy a trabajar para seguirle abonando. 20 pesos, 10 centavos son los que salgo restando. Me decía mi prenda amada, ya no trabas con ese hombre, no me está robando, anda al salón de sesiones, que te lleve mi compadre, y no le hagas caso al padre, él y sus excomuniones, que no ves a tu familia que ya no tiene calzones, y yo tengo ya faldilla, ni tú tienes pantalones. Nomás me quedé pensando porque dejé a mi patrón. Me decía mi prenda amada que vaya el patrón al cuerno, como estuviéramos de hambre, si te has seguido creyendo de lo que te decía el cura de las penas del infierno. Viva la revolución, muera el supremo gobierno. Se me reventó el barzón y siempre seguí sembrando.
El chuchu me fue prohibido por la Santa
No dejes de quererme, no dejes de mirarme, que sin tus miradas ya no hay ilusión. Porque sin tu amor todo es tristeza en mi corazón. No dejes de quererme, no dejes de besarme, que yo sin tus besos no puedo vivir. Because without your love, all there is sadness en mi corazón. You don't stop loving me, you don't stop kissing me. Oh, without your kisses, there's no life for me. Sin tus besos no dejes de quererme, no dejes de besarme, que yo sin tus besos no puedo vivir. No dejes de quererme, no dejes de besarme, que yo sin tus besos no puedo en el último quiero ver a que sabe tu olvido. Esta noche no voy a rogarte, esta noche te vas de veras. Qué difícil tratar de olvidarte. Ya no me quieras. Nado los años, siempre caigo en los mismos errores. Otra vez a brindar con extraños y a llorar por los mismos. Ella conmigo, en el último trago me besas. Esperamos que no haya testigos.
sí, ok.
Siempre te pregunto que cómo, cuándo y dónde. Siempre me respondes. Quizás. Y así pasan los días, desesperando, y tú contestando. Quizás. Estás perdiendo el tiempo pensando. Lo que más tú quieras. ¿Hasta cuándo, hasta cuándo? Y así pasan los días y yo desesperando. Y tú contestando. Quizás.
Ok.
Quizás.
¿Ahí tiene ruido o no? Ok, hola. Ok, hola. ¿Tienes ruido ahí? ¿Sí? A ver, lo voy a quitar Ahí ¿me oyes bien? ¿O tienes ruido? Sí. Hola. ¿Ahí te llega? ¿Pero ya no tiene ruido? Pues dile tú. Ahí, ¿todo bien ahí? Hola.
Si tú no me quieres de verdad. Estás perdiendo el tiempo pensando. Por lo que más tú quieras. ¿Hasta cuándo, hasta cuándo? Y así pasan los días y yo desesperando. Y tú contestando. Quizás.
¡Salud!
Que se quede el infinito sin estrellas y que pierda el ancho mar su inmensidad. Pero el negro de tus ojos que no muera y el aroma de tu piel se
Hola.
quede igual.
¿Te llega el disco ahí?
Arcoíris, su
Voy a checar el último
belleza
antes.
y las flores, su perfume y su color. No sería tan inmensa mi tristeza como aquella de quedarme sin tu amor. Me importas tú y tú y tú y solamente tú y tú y tú me importas tú.
Hola.
Y nadie más que tú.
Hola.
Ok, sí, sí, sí.
Sin estrellas,
Sí. Ah, ok.
pierde el ancho mar su inmensidad, pero el negro de tus ojos que no muera y el aroma de tu piel se quede igual, aunque pierde el arco iris su belleza y las flores su perfume y su color. No sería tan inmensa mi tristeza como aquella de quedarme sin tu amor. Me importas tú y tú y tú y solamente tú y tú y tú. Me importas tú y tú
Hola, hola, hola. 1, 2, 3. Prueba de audio, ¿me escuchan? Hola, ¿me escuchan? Hola, hola, hola. 1, 2, 3. Prueba de audio, 1, 2, 3. Uno, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Prueba de audio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Prueba de audio. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Prueba de audio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Prueba de audio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Prueba de audio. 1, 2, 3.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We beg you to please take your seats. We ask you to please take your seats. We will start this last session of our 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you.
Le voy a dar la palabra para conducir la...
And I will give the floor to Madam Chair of this conference, Citlali Hernandez. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. And before we get to the closing ceremony and the approval of our documents, I will tell you which our board will be for the next period. Thank you, Madam Chair. In the next 3 years, Mexico will be accompanied by the several countries, Antigua and Bermuda, Chile,
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at this long-awaited moment, and we're here to give the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean a consensus that will open the path to the Care Society under item 11 of our agenda. That is the consideration and adoption of agreements. We have distributed the Tlatelolco Commitment Document, a decade of action to achieve substantive gender equality in the Care Society. Dated August 15th, and it is submitted to the approval of the delegates. I'd like to remind you that Mexico has facilitated this text ever since July 15th. Through the Secretariat, we distributed draft 0 of this Tlatelolco commitment, and we gave 1 week to receive comments from the delegates. That finished on July 24th. We had contributions from 9 countries, and on July 29th, we held a virtual informative meeting to communicate the delegations about the procedure that was going to be followed to facilitate the negotiation of a Tlatelolco commitment. Several delegations asked for an extension of this deadline to receive more contributions or even to supplement their own texts. And willing to be flexible, we gave them till Thursday, July 30th, and then we received 2 additional contributions. And therefore, we had 11 contributions from different countries. On August 8th, we distributed amongst the delegations draft 1, and we analyzed it during 3 working sessions on the 13th and 14th of August, and the outcome is this agreed document that you have before you and for you to approve. now acknowledging the role of our negotiating spokesperson from Mexico in this negotiation, I'd like to give the floor to Jennifer Feller so that she can explain to us the context under which this commitment was agreed to explain to you the context of this commitment. Thank you so much, Secretary Hernandez, the chair of this conference. To me, it's really very exciting and quite an honor to have had your trust, the trust of Salvador de la Fuente, to head this part of the negotiations. And let me first say that at present, to me, it is really an honor to represent Mexico with a Mexican female president, with a female secretary for women. So thank you. Thank you for that, and thank you to all the delegations who actively participated in the virtual and in-person debates and negotiations. And the exchange of information during these events was really an example of dialogue, empathy, of inclusion, of hearing the different voices in a region. And that is how the committed delegations of Latin America and the Caribbean were able to really attain this successful change, despite the political setbacks and the setbacks in the world of this multilateral system that is so complex. We still find hope for change everywhere, and we need to continue finding these seeds for change to continue fighting for equality. So now I'd like to submit to your attention the most significant agreements reached in this commitment. First of all, it is the first time that care is recognized as a human right. Therefore, it becomes an obligation to the state and a co-responsibility for all sectors of our society that are involved, as well as in our communities and families. Another of the most important changes is that this regional conference is the regional conference of women, because there are many of us. The third one is with a very significant participation from all of us. We give visibility to indigenous, Afro-descendant rural women and their ancestral knowledge and the contributions that they have made throughout history to care. We also recognize the autonomy of disabled women. They are not only just women, but they're also caregivers. And we also have a historic language in terms of sexual and reproductive rights in this text. And during the next 10 years, the next decade, we will be able to have a framework of actions regionally and nationally that will allow us to make progress in the regulatory and institutional framework to strengthen the capacity of state regarding care, mobilization of resources, and accountability, always hand in hand with civil society. And last but not least, and of course, asking you to read the 80 paragraphs of this commitment, let me just say that this region reiterated in this Tlatelolco commitment its commitment with gender parity under the UN system network, including the General Secretariat. Yesterday, in a panel, I was sharing with Janet Murillo, a lady from Colombia, and I said I was going to steal this phrase. She said, "The sky does not belong to one person in particular," and she is right. And today from Tlatelolco, we say that together we can change reality. So thank you all. And I apologize because I forgot to mention this. I would like to thank the ECLAC team, the team from UN Women, Lucho, Nicole, everyone who was there, and my team that really spent many sleepless nights, Jimena and Geraldine specifically. Thank you all. Thank you, Madam Ambassador. And without further ado, I'd like to express my gratitude for all the effort of the teams from the Ministry of Foreign Relations, ECLAC, the Ministry of Women that I'm honored to head, and the efforts of all the people who have made possible to have a 16th Regional Conference on Women to be a great success from the beginning to end. I also would like to acknowledge the presence of Davin Gassman. She headed the Institute of Women. And I'd also like to acknowledge her role and the work she did. And today, Mexico was proud to host this conference thanks to her efforts. So I would like to ask all delegations present here today if we can consider approved this text, or if you have any comments. If there are none, then we can consider it approved. It is deemed approved. So, congratulations to all. Having approved the Tlatelolco commitment, we will now move on to the closing ceremony of this 16th Regional Conference on Women of Latin America and the Caribbean. Throughout many moments in this meeting, we have really referred to a surprise. And today we have another surprise. Amina Mohamed joined us from New York. Virtually, she is a Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, so let's give her the floor.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can hear me. It is my pleasure to address you this afternoon for the closing of this important milestone of gender equality in Latin America and the Caribbean. I am so sorry I cannot be with you in person as I had wished, but as you gather today in a place next to the Plaza of the Three Cultures, where pre-Columbian, Spanish colonial, and independent Mexico meet, three histories, three ways of seeing the world, all in one space. This site is a living testament to the power of convergence, of different eras and perspectives shaping a shared future. In many ways, this is what this conference has been about, bringing about voices from across the region and beyond, weaving our histories and the realities together to build a system that serves everyone. You brought your diverse experiences, your struggles and visions together, from governments to grassroots, from youth to indigenous women, from feminist networks to parliamentarians, a vibrant mosaic of commitment, courage, and collaboration. This week has also made history. For the first time in the 48-year history of this conference, it is hosted by a woman president, President Sheinbaum, who is proving that when women lead, things change. I think we all agree we need more of that change. So I thank the government of Mexico for its generous hospitality and the leadership of your president. I would also like to thank the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean and especially Executive Secretary Jose Manuel Salazar for his dedication and his allyship to this cause. I want to also recognize the tireless efforts of Sima Bahous, the leader of UN Women, and the entire UN family, with very special thanks to our sister Maria Noel Baeza. You are leaving this week inspired by one another and ready to carry that energy into the real world. To do that, let's acknowledge where we stand. As we mark 30 years since Beijing, 25 years since the Security Council Resolution 1325, and a decade of the SDGs, SDG 5 is still lagging furthest behind, with millions of our women and girls still facing violence, discrimination, and exclusion. At some point, the time for promises ends and the rubber has got to hit the road. Many of the challenges and injustices we see today are man-made, and I want to underscore man. And I will underscore that word man because if we have more women in positions of power, we know that we will live in a world that is more sustainable, prosperous, healthy, where everyone has a life of dignity. This is not about ticking a box, it is about survival. Women carry the burdens of conflicts, of climate disasters, of economic crises. So we need women in the room to help build and shape a better, safer world for everyone. And that is why the Care Society matters. Latin America has given the world something extraordinary. The vision of a care society that is a complete paradigm shift. It's about turning the system around and refusing to leave people behind. Because right now, we're leaving behind the caregivers, the unpaid laborers, the women holding families and communities together. And the numbers you have heard this week tell you the story. In this region, women spend up to a quarter of their time on unpaid care work compared to less than 10% of their male counterparts. Globally, women will still be spending 2 to 3 times more hours a day on unpaid care than men by 2050. That's not just, and it certainly isn't sustainable. The Care Society redefines how we value people, time, and the work that sustains life. And when we recognize care as a need, a right, a public good, and a driver of our economies, we begin to dismantle the structures that have held women back for so many generations. The conversations this week have reaffirmed a fundamental truth. Investing in care is not a cost. It is a catalyst for equality, democratic transformation, and sustainable development. Through the commitment, you have launched a decade of action. There are no half measures here. This is a commitment to go further than we have ever known before for those who need us most. So here's what we need to do as we leave this incredible conference. First, protect and empower our care workers, both paid and unpaid. This means reducing unpaid care work and creating decent jobs in the care sector with rights and protections for all. It means guaranteeing labor rights, social protections, and ratifying international labor standards that uphold dignity. Second, significantly increase financing for gender equality in care systems. We must accelerate investment at levels to design comprehensive care systems that redistribute time, power, and resources. It means stronger cooperation with development banks and multilateral partners, not because we lack resources, but because we cannot lack intention anymore. Third, ensure governance and accountability. We must embed care into national development strategies and establish mechanisms to monitor progress. The production and use of gender-sensitive and intersectional data are essential. Knowledge is power, and we need to know who we are reaching, where, and how. Finally, we must acknowledge that this region brings to the world a wealth of knowledge, from policy innovations to ancestral wisdom, from feminist economics to community solutions. These must be recognized, resourced, and scaled if we are determined to close the gap between aspiration and our realities. My sisters, ladies and gentlemen, change makers. 50 years ago, women gathered in the same building you are in right now, with fire in their bellies and a dream of equality. This week, you have shown that the fire burns just as bright today as it did half a century ago. 50 years from now, women may gather again, maybe even in this same space, and what will they say? That we had the courage to turn rhetoric into reality, that we moved from potential to practice, that we chose people over politics. The path ahead is clear, and we know what is needed. We have the tools and the frameworks that we need now is political will, sustained investment, and collective action. To all of you, my message is clear. Keep delivering, keep fighting, and keep believing that another world is possible. Together, we can build a region, a world where care is valued, equality is lived, and that no one is left behind.
Agradecemos.
We thank Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations for having joined us in this closing ceremony.
Palestina libre.
Thank you. We will now continue with our closing ceremony. It is now my pleasure to give the floor in this closing ceremony and to Maria Noel Baeza, who is addressing the regional Women's Conference for the last time, acting as the Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean of UN Women. Thank you. I hope you keep on inviting me. Dear ministers, heads of delegations, dear President Citlali, we've come to this long-awaited day in this building in Tlatelolco, the moment to close the 16th conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean with great news. We have a Tlatelolco commitment. It is really very moving to be able to close this meeting, this session, and we have really made great progress, and I feel honored that together with ECLAC we have been working together to achieve this. The next conference on women will remember this day, and I congratulate all delegations, head of delegations, civil society organizations that have come together to reach this commitment that will help us drive transformation in the political, economic, social, cultural, and environmental spheres to foster the care society and gender equality. I'd like to congratulate the government of Mexico, President Claudia Sheinbaum, for the excellent organization of this conference, for the progress that is being consolidated by Mexico to empower women, and especially the Ministry of Women, and all colleagues, beginning with the minister and all the colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Roberto, Jennifer, the Secretary, and the Deputy Secretary who is here with us today. I would like to also express my appreciation to my friend Nadine Gassman, who was responsible for putting this in motion, and thank you for being with us today. And also the mayor of Mexico City, who was with us from beginning to end, beginning with the Forum of Cities that I hope will be something that we continue to implement in the next meetings. I would like to acknowledge the excellent relationship and strategic alliance we have created with ECLAC and to thank the commitment of Jose Manuel Salazar and all of his team. Thank you to Ana Huesmes, my dear team. A dear member of our team, and also an applause for the UN Women team, together with Cecilia, our assistant director, and all the representatives of UN Women, and specifically Moni Pisani. We have celebrated the first conference. We celebrate the first women's conference here, and today we are celebrating 30 years since we went to Beijing. Who attended Beijing? Can you please stand up so we can acknowledge you? That forward-looking agenda from the Beijing platform is alive today more than ever, and I would like to express my appreciation to all colleagues who are here with us today. Thank you for your decisive contributions to Care Society. Thank you for your firm commitment, daily commitment to peace, international cooperation, caring democracies, and multilateralism. Thanks to feminist organizations and civil society organizations for being with us. Thank you for your firm voices. Thank you for your diverse voices that are really a guiding light for the region and for the world. Thanks to rural, indigenous, Afro-descendant, and disabled women, to all women from the LGTB plus community, to migrant women, to all wonderful women who are with us today. I would also like to send a very big hug to Malu Mitchell and Anais, who really organized a wonderful parliamentary forum. We had over 150 parliamentary women from 25 countries, and this is unstoppable. This parliamentary forum is essential in order to approve laws that will allow us to have care systems in all the world, and evidently in all our regions. To me, one essential point is the financing of care systems. And in this Tlatelolco commitment and throughout the week, we have developed firm proposals to strengthen financing through different measures, such as an accelerator presented by ECLAC and other banks to make true headway towards financing comprehensive care systems. With this commitment, we are establishing a decade of action to celebrate this substantive equality and the care society. We have made great progress in caring for people, but also in caring for the planet. This year we have COP30 in Belén do Pará, so we need to continue reaffirming the need that needs should be at the center of adaptation and the mitigation of climate change. In UN Women, we are at your service to support you to really take advantage of the wealth of knowledge that is available in your region. And I have two announcements to make. The first one is that on August 22nd, we're going to launch the third call of the Regional Fund to support the civil society associations. So please follow us in the social media of ECLAC and UN Women. And another announcement is that, yes, I'm leaving at the end of the month. This is my last regional conference as a regional director of the Americas and the Caribbean for UN Women, but I'm not stepping down from the cause, from the feminist cause, or from life. So having been part of UN Women has allowed me to strengthen the conviction that we women can exercise any profession anywhere. But the first thing we need to do is to trust in ourselves. And in such a challenging context in which change is the only constant, I celebrate the passion with which all people at UN Women, in ECLAC, in feminist organizations, in governments, have been working together for this vision and embracing this strategic vision of care with determination, with energy, and with passion. But now, as the time of action has come, and I would like to close quoting Eduardo Galeano from Uruguay in his book of Hugs. He says, ultimately, we are what we do to change what we are. And I hope that that will be so forever. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, María Noel.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, José Manuel Salazar Shirnax. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Citlali Hernández Mora, Secretary for Women of Mexico, Enrique Ochoa, Undersecretary for Multilateral Affairs and Human Rights of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mexico, esteemed Amina J. Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, dear Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean of UN Women, distinguished Michelle Bachelet, former President of Chile, distinguished ministers, representatives of member states of ECLAC, of the United Nations systems and intergovernmental organizations, of civil society organizations, in particular women's and feminist organizations and movements, and representatives of academia and the media, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We have gathered here 50 years after the first World Conference on Women, held in this city in 1975, a conference that half a century ago opened a global dialogue by affirming that equality between women and men was not only an end itself, but also a necessary condition for sustainable development and lasting peace. This regional conference on women is today part of the cultural heritage of Latin America and the Caribbean. Since 1977, the agreements among states have generated a regional gender agenda which is unique in the world, and it constitutes a cumulative and comprehensive roadmap that guides public policies in all countries. And now we have the Gender Equality Observatory to continue documenting the state of gender equality. This intergovernmental meeting, which has been historic and memorable, brings together memory with an ambitious proposal for the future. That is, we value the achievements of the last half-century, but we are also issuing an urgent call for collective action to close the inequality gaps that still persist. As has been often said, and with great conviction throughout the conference, this is the time for substantive equality in practice. In recent decades, the region has advanced in understanding care as a growing need, a productive form of work, a right, a public good, and an economic sector that stimulates the economy as a whole. And that is why at ECLAC, we have proposed a paradigm shift to move forward in building a care society which puts forth the sustainability of life and the planet. This proposal is now a regional agreement, a shared horizon, and a contribution from the region to multilateralism and to national and local policies. This 16th edition of the conference has been a milestone, as it is the first time in half a century that it has been hosted by a woman president, Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo. Today, we make history by adding another milestone. Countries have adopted the Tlatelolco Commitment, which establishes a decade of action, 2025-2035, to accelerate the achievement of substantive equality and the care society. Allow me to acknowledge the leadership of Ambassador Jennifer Feller, Director General for Human Rights and Democracy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who guided the negotiations with flexibility and wisdom, these negotiations. I would also like to acknowledge the high level of participation and ambition with which delegations approached this process, enabling us to collaboratively build a regional agreement that allows us to move forward with a shared horizon. My deep gratitude, which I am sure reflects the sentiments of all of you, to the government of Mexico for its leadership and generous hospitality, especially to Citlali Hernandez, Secretary for Women, and Juan Ramón de la Fuente, Mexico's Foreign Minister, and their teams. My appreciation to Clara Brugada, Head of Government of Mexico City, for hosting us and for her proven commitment to substantive equality and the care society. It has been hard work over the past year, together with UN Women and ECLAC, to prepare and successfully carry out this conference. I also appreciate the support and enthusiasm of the government of Mexico City, Congress, civil society organizations, and academia, especially feminist organizations that hosted preparatory activities and accompanied the work, further expanding the multi-stakeholder dialogue, dynamism, and vitality that characterize this conference. My recognition goes to the delegates from the 31 ECLAC member states and associate member states that have participated, to the representatives from the 23 United Nations agencies and 25 intergovernmental organizations, to parliamentarians from over 20 countries in the region, and to nearly 600 participants from civil society, mainly from women's and feminist organizations and movements, for their valuable advocacy and contributions to this meeting. In total, nearly 1,200 people have participated, in addition to hundreds of thousands through preparatory activities carried out over the past year, both in person and online. A very special thanks to former President Michelle Bachelet. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for walking with us. For your presence and for your support. And evidently, we've heard a lot of rounds of applause addressed to you because you motivate us to continue moving forward. The Tlatelolco Commitment calls for the adoption of regulatory frameworks, policies, programs, and comprehensive care systems with an intersectional and intercultural perspective, for strengthening institutions and state capacities, for consolidating participation mechanisms, and for ensuring sustainable financing and cooperation. It also promotes information communication and technology systems, as well as mechanisms for monitoring, evaluation, and accountability. In other words, we not only have a regional gender agenda, we have a program with mechanisms and technical tools and with dedicated institutional frameworks. Moreover, in line with the vision and spirit of this conference, there is a call to significantly increase financing to address gender inequalities, mobilizing the maximum available resources at local, national, and international levels, and we leave here better equipped for dialogue with ministries of finance and financial authorities. And development banks are already approaching us because, as you know, we launched during this conference the Investment Accelerator for Comprehensive Care Policies and Systems in Latin America and the Caribbean, driven by ECLAC, CAF, IDB, the governments of Chile and Mexico in their capacity as chairs of ECLAC subsidiary bodies, and other development partners. The accelerator includes financial instruments, technical assistance, mobilization of third-party resources, and a space for sharing experiences and generating knowledge. This conference also spoke through beautiful symbols. The hummingbird, native to Latin America and the Caribbean, pollinates, connects, and transforms. It reminds us that through care, we sustain life and the balance of the planet. The speech glyph, inspired by ancestral knowledge, represents the word that cares, convenes, and builds community. It evokes that equality and care are built through dialogue and shared memories with a sense of a common future. Friends, a huge and affectionate thank you and recognition to Maria Noel Baeza, who this month concludes her tenure as Regional Director of UN Women for the Americas and the Caribbean, after many years of contributions and leadership. Thank you, Maria Noel. Thank you, dear Maria Noel, for your leadership and for maintaining, since 2020, a close coordination with ECLAC that strengthened this conference and allowed the resulting agreements to be projected to the Commission on the Status of Women and reach global forums. All the best to you in your future endeavors. I would like to thank and acknowledge all the excellent work and commitment of ECLAC's Gender Affairs Division, led by Ana Guesmes. Thank you, Ana. I also like to thank Luis Yanez and the Secretariat team, our sub-regional headquarters in Mexico. This sub-regional headquarters led by Mario Martinez, the Documents and Publications Division, the Joint Technology and Communications team, and I would like to thank my own team and the Office of the Executive Secretary. I would also like to thank the entire United Nations systems in Mexico and in the region for the great teamwork, which has been key to the success of this conference and regional commitment. This conference, like several others, demonstrates the great value of the work of the United Nations at the regional level, which supplements and reinforces our national level efforts in each country. I would like to also ask the teams from ECLAC, UN Women, the Secretariat for Women of Mexico, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Government of Mexico City to please stand up for a warm round of applause. Bravo. Thank you so much. 50 years ago, a path started here. Today, we project it forward with greater strength. We're not starting from scratch. We have agreements, knowledge, and active citizenship. And most of all, we have the will to implement the Tlatelolco commitment as soon as we leave this room. The task is collective, and it is now. I invite you to continue working together, government, civil society, academia, private sector, the UN systems, so that every commitment becomes a real change in the lives of women and all people in our region. Moving toward a care society is not only possible, it is essential. The 21st century will undoubtedly be the century in which we universalize the right to care. The next decade will be key to achieving the decisive push needed for this to happen. Acting today is showing hope. Sowing hope. Achieving this goal requires intergenerational collective action, care policies, the integration of the care approach into all public policy, strategic investments, and regional cooperation. The call is not only urgent, but it's also inescapable. Count on me and on ECLAC, on the UN systems, and with the perseverance of our regional efforts to walk together this path and achieve this essential transformation. Thank you so much.
Agradecemos al secretario ejecutivo.
Thank you, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and now Enrique Ochoa, Deputy Minister of Multilateral Affairs and Human Rights of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mexico. Thank you so much, and good afternoon to all of you. It is indeed an honor for me to be here in this head table with Citlali Hernandez and with the Deputy Minister, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed, with Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and his extraordinary team. But I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Maria Noel, the Regional Director for the Americas and Caribbean of UN Women. And breaking with protocol, I'd like to give her a small token of appreciation from the government of Mexico for her indefatigable work for UN Women.
Es un honor también para mí estar.
And it is really an honor for me to be representing Juan Ramón de la Fuente, who right now accompanies our president in an official visit to Guatemala. I'll be very brief because the closing of this 16th regional conference on women is really the culmination of many processes in our regions and communities in order to build the care societies that we have envisaged through this Tlatelolco commitment. It is no secret that in the past few years it has become more and more difficult to reach agreements in international negotiations. Nevertheless, the delegations present here today have really exercised an exceptional implementation of dialogue and show of respect to diversity. And they did it in this historic building that once again is a witness to the commitment of Latin America and the Caribbean with multilateralism, a commitment with a world with greater peace and justice. This meeting is a shared vision. A new paradigm of care is necessary for gender equality, good governance, and prosperity of our people. The Tlatelolco commitment is the result of the struggle of all of you who are here today and the women who were here 50 years ago and that we applauded a few minutes ago. Today, we're taking firm steps towards a care society regarded as a human right and a public good, and Latin America and the Caribbean once again become examples to the world. We are extending an appreciation to ECLAC, UN Women, and the UN system as a whole, as well as to the groups of academia and civil society that provided evidence and proposals for public policies that supported the commitment that we have reached today. We celebrate that, and we'd like to also express our appreciation to the leadership of several women's associations from Latin America and the Caribbean that met here in Mexico City to make their voices heard, to submit initiatives, and to demand ambition from the representatives of our governments. On behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I'd like to also express my deepest appreciation to Citlali Hernandez, the chair of this conference, and to all her team in the Ministry of Women. I would also like to thank the team of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs under the leadership of Juan Ramon de la Fuente, and most especially Jennifer Fetter, whose collaboration was fundamental, and her facilitation, her mediation was essential in order for us to adopt this commitment. The exemplary use of collective skills really result in this outstanding event that culminates with the adoption of a political commitment and a roadmap to provide full power to care on the basis of equality, universality, and gender equality. We have no time to lose. Demographic and environmental changes establish specific deadlines to establish these care societies in our countries. The care society is also a matter of social justice and a matter of principle. It is essential for us to visualize and acknowledge the historical contribution that women have made in all of their diversity, including indigenous and Afro-descendant women, in building societies that are more egalitarian. These past few days, we've referred to several anniversaries of milestones and emblematic events regarding gender equality, including the 50 years of the Conference on Women that was held in this very city. But anniversaries also bring to mind that the issues in which we're lagging behind and the need for us to speed up that action towards the goals that we have imposed on ourselves. So, in quoting President Scheinbaum, when women move, everything moves. Awareness, structures, and the borders of what is possible are also moved. They shift. When women move, societies flourish, democracies flourish, and the future is open to us. Thank you, and we'll see you in Colombia. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, subsecretario.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. And in order to close this conference, Citlali Hernandez, the Minister of Women, the Minister for Women of Mexico and the chair of this meeting. Thank you so much.
Compañeros, ha sido para mí un honor.
It has been an honor for me, not only as the Minister for Women of Mexico, but as a feminist and a Latin American who is committed to this region with common issues, to share with you this very intense journey of debate, reflection, contribution, resistance, struggle, and what has become a collective embrace amongst all of us, my sisters of Latin America and the Caribbean. I just want to reiterate my very deep gratitude to all institutions, to all people who made this 16th Conference Regional on Women of Latin America and the Caribbean possible. This has been hard work. Thanks for your very hard work, Maria Noel. And we also want to acknowledge the work of UN Women in Mexico. Monica, I think, is somewhere around here. We want to acknowledge ECLAC, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and obviously the entire team of the Ministry for Women. They have worked tirelessly for this event to materialize. And I also salute all the members of our Mexican team who have been here, the Minister of Tourism joined this conference. We had the artisanal fair, the gastronomic fair. All the people from the Mexico City government really embraced and accompanied this regional conference and made this warmer and more hospitable to all of you. In addition to the organization's logistics and all that we're thankful for, we're really proud to close with such a forceful, a strong message. We've reached consensus, and as our executive secretary has said, it's hard to reach consensus in multilateral spaces. Consensus that go beyond cold words. This Tlatelolco commitment is a roadmap into the future. And I would like to think that just as 50 years ago, the first worldwide conference on women set the basis for many struggles, dreams, and scopes, today we are setting a new roadmap and laying the foundations towards a care society. That is all written, contained in our Tlatelolco commitment, the thought, the work that we will endeavor in for the upcoming 10 years to achieve substantive equality, acknowledgement, and pay for what has been sustained throughout our lives, that is, care given by women, basically by women. And I also want to echo the words of our president at the opening ceremony, the commitment of Mexico to our women, to the ones who needed the most, the forgotten, neglected, poorest women. We think about them, and they're present in all this intersectional effort, Afro-descendant, diversity, sexual diversity women, women with disabilities, migrant women, working women, invisible women that have upheld lives, working at the very, very basis. And we always think about women, especially those who have been neglected. We want them to enjoy a different kind of life. This is a milestone, not a minor one, and the regional conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean will now be called Regional Conference for Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. And this change is not only a change of name, it involves a profound and symbolic meaning. We recognize diversity of our entities, of our struggles, of our realities. And it reaffirms that this is not an abstract agenda. It belongs to women in their diversity, in the plurality. All of us who live in this region. And as Mexicans, we remember, as our president has just mentioned, that this is time now for women. There's no way back, despite all the setbacks and all the conservative visions that we've had to face. We've talked about sovereignty, autonomy, about defending women's rights. We need to advocate for our people's capabilities without nobody stepping into this, without any hidden actions or blackmail. So we reject coercive, unilateral measures that go against international right. and to the United Nations Charter that are choking people such as Cuba, Venezuela, because they are attempting against their people's development, deepening inequalities, and especially striking women and girls. This blockade, in disguise of sanctions, is structural violence, systemic violence that we should denounce at every international forum and at every space. There has been an authentic expression from all of our participants. We embrace with solidarity women that are living under conservative governments, taking conquered rights away from them after decades of struggle. And to them we say, you're not on your own. This regional commitment is your trench as well as your shelter, and together we will fight any struggle and we will never go back. And you know that nothing that is human is foreign to us. We have to raise our voice against genocide that the Palestinian people is going through. It also impacts women. There is no question that silence makes us accomplices, promotes inequality. That is why these spaces are so relevant. We can reflect upon the world we want to build up. Here we're struggling, we're fighting, but we have to point out to any setback that we envision along the way. Tlatelolco commitment is not only a roadmap for the upcoming years, it is a statement, a declaration of principles that Latin America and the Caribbean is not giving up to its right of existing as a profoundly feminist and moving and progressive action. With our partnerships, we will build the Care Society as the foundation for peace, for justice, for equality, and for the future. My dear colleagues, my dear sisters of the Americas, let's take this impetus with us, all of this strength, and please don't think that the force that we require will come from the top, but from the bottom, from the regional units, and nobody will ever take that conviction away from us, that Latin America and the Caribbean is a space where we are entitled to create our own future, and that those within this region are still the key players of transformation. And please be sure that in Mexico we embrace all these fights, all the struggles at every corner in our country, women who silently or screaming or fighting, joining colectivas, social organizations, movements, or from the institutionality are building up a more egalitarian society. Please be certain that Mexico is honored to have been the seat to this regional conference, and also feel certain that your presence here today is like food for our heart. It really nurtures us, and we will together build this Care Society. Together we will go much further and we will be much stronger. We will achieve what many women half a century ago gathered here together dreamed about. Today, we gather here together with the same idea and the same dreams in mind. Thank you all so much.
Va a tardar, bueno. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And this is how we formally close the works of this 16th Regional Conference. And we have one last challenge to face. We will do our best in trying to have a group picture. Don't move. Stay in your seats. Let's go down, all of us. Please don't move.
Les vamos a pedir a todas las personas que se encuentran aquí.
We want to ask you all to stand up for this group picture. Thank you.